Ah! Hello. Hi. Also, fuck, did I name drop you in the, because I know you were part of the, I don't know how else to, King the Phantom. Did I name drop you when you were in the Clue stream, or did we give you a name? I don't remember. But, I didn't start my stream 3.5 hours late. I postponed it a bit because of something that came up that I literally had no way of knowing of. Like, knowing was going to happen, so I had to postpone my shit a little bit. That's all. I didn't tell you because I got busy, and then, like, I had just enough time to, like, make the tweet that I was, like, postponing it, and that was about it. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, by the way. It was literally like I found out about something that I didn't know was happening today at around, or it wasn't happening at the time, but I wasn't gonna be able to start stream at the time I said, so I had to pull it back a little bit, which sucked, but you know, it is what it is. But we're here now. That is what matters. We are here for the final, probably, Ace Attorney stream. I'm really fucking excited because I had a stroke. I'm just really, this is a good game. I'm enjoying it. I love Ace Attorney games, just like generally, but this one I think is, I don't know, it's very interesting to me because I didn't stream the first game, right? But in the first game, there were characters who showed up for like a total of 3 seconds and then never showed up again, but they exist in the second game. And I think that's new for Ace Attorney. I don't remember that being a thing in like Trials and Tribulations or some shit. I could be entirely wrong there. I have not played every single Ace Attorney game, but from what I know, that's new for the series of having like, what was his name? Shamspear. Like having Shamspear show up in case 4 of the first game, I think, not doing anything, and then he's relevant as hell in the second game. I thought that was really cool. I really enjoyed that. And, I was just really, I don't know. I think this game is special for me in the Ace Attorney series. And also, it just has my favorite prosecutor. I fucking love Van Zykes, and I'm going to continue to call him Van Zykes. I will never call him Van Zeeks, except for that one time that I accidentally called him Van Zeeks somehow. But overall, in my head, he is Van Zykes. Because that just sounds cooler, right? Like, I don't know, Zeeks just sounds a little more lame, in my opinion. Van Zykes has more power in the name, at least in my opinion, right? But yeah, no, I'm excited to end off this series. I don't know what I'm going to fill the gap with. Well, I do. I have some ideas for what I'm going to fill the gap with. Thing is that I accidentally opened Steam. God damn it. But I have some ideas for what I'm going to fill the gap with, or like other games I could stream. But like, some of them aren't out yet. I don't want to say what they are, but in case like I don't do them. But there's some games that I have considered to fill in gaps because everything I was playing is over. Because I finished not Ace Attorney. I'm about to finish Ace Attorney. But I finished, what the fuck is it called? I'm blanking on the term. Finished Scarlet Nexus. That's what it was called. Sorry, I completely forgot the name. But I finished Scarlet Nexus, and I feel like, you know, we're about to end this game. I don't know how much is left of AI Somnium Files. I feel like that still has like a good ways to go with that. touch starved, we could do more. I don't know. I'm just kind of figuring out schedules. I'm still not going to do like a schedule for weeks. I'm going to plan certain streams, but I do want to kind of tone it down a little bit while I get some stuff worked on for streams. I'm also I've been uploading a lot of the VODs on the YouTube channel. What is the actual URL? I don't remember. What is the URL for the channel? I actually don't remember. Do I have one? Oh yeah, it's youtube.com/@MrFinster, but Mr. in the abbreviated. I probably should have promoted the YouTube channel way before right now, but I never thought of it. But I've been uploading all the VODs there. And I've just been kind of working on that for a bit, which is part of the reason I wanted to take a bit of a step back from streaming. Don't call me a nerd. You fuck. Also, did I... King the Phantom, did we name drop you on the Clue stream? I don't remember. Because I don't remember if we said, like, your actual name or if we had an alias for you or... Okay, we did. Okay. What the fuck was that? What is that? Oh, because I had Steam open and it started playing a trailer because I was looking at a fucking game. Oh my god, I'm dumb. But boom, someone died. Real. But yeah. So I was trying to work on that for a bit, which is kind of why I wanted to take a step back from streaming to a degree. But yeah, that's basically the height of it. Bleh, sorry. I think that's about all I want to bring up. That streams are still going to be a little inconsistent in terms of scheduling. But with that out of the way, is this showing up? Yes, it is. Let's play the game. Oh, don't look at that. Don't look at that. Oh, wait, no, I've talked about this. So, I don't know, like, for the last, like, 17 streams I've done of this game, this save file was not updated since, like, I want to say May 2022, but that also could be entirely wrong. I think it actually is incredibly wrong, but it was 2022, I know that much. And we finally got to fucking play this game, because we're playing this, the first game with my friends. Like, me and my friends are playing this game. And we fucking finally got past Case 2, and I'm really excited to get them on Case 3, because that's gonna be fucking hell on earth. And by hell on earth, I mean hell for them, and incredibly funny for me. Anyways, let's get back to the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I half remember what happened. Oh, right, yeah. Strongheart was evil. Can I go back any? Makes you... Honestly, you know what? Fair enough. And also, you're not wrong. Guys, did you know that, in fact, bisexual smile? I want to see if I can find, like, a gay game to play for June. I think that'd be fun. But anyways, last time we were saying that Strongheart is the Reaper. And he's like, nope, that's not relevant. Shut up. No. Gay game yippee. Yeah, I want to do that. I think that'd be fun to do. Or just something within the realm of gay, you know? Okay, but yeah. We sort of just stopped halfway through just because thing was not working, and then I decided, fuck it, you know? Here we go. I'll start from here. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities. Objection! But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind the whole... It's not going down? Okay. That'll just give the mastermind the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me? I didn't say that. You kinda just said that. Anyways. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asoki, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. Yeah, he kind of used that against you. Yeah, that's fair.
This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi.
Oh, damn.
Oh.
I have to voice act already? Damn, already? We just started! I'm already voice acting my heart out? You dickheads!
That will be all. I hereby halt it!
I don't know who said that, but it, Hold it! Holy shit, I'm actually in the courtroom, no fucking way! Mr. Sholmes?
This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public? You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection! Ugh! Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. I didn't have enough breath. The court should hear what he has to say.
I don't like this game.
Lord Mayor Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage.
Is it really? And why would that be? Audio feels a little fucked. Give me a second. It feels a little too loud. Okay. Sorry.
You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it?
Oh, the whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered.
You said that multiple times and you've been wrong. Why is this any different? It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end oh no, that's right. Should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors? Ah, we love show.
Dong dong dong! Order! Order in the court!
It seems to me that we stand before the door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Sherlock Holmes. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now.
The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence!
He's right. He's the judge. Yes, if he calls the trial to end, it must end.
But will that really do? I sense the dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed.
Is there a single person who... Alright, fuck you, I guess. What?
The trial should go on! Summon the witnesses!
That's right, we need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow's right. Fuck me! You go way too fucking fast! My lord! You assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here! Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation!
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth! That's the very foundation of British law!
Oh, here we go. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery.
On with the trial! On with the trial! Testify! 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 Testify!
Well, my lord, you hear the voice of the British justice, I take it? Unless you're fucking deaf. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence.
Testify! Yeah! The court will recess briefly.
Damn, you mean to tell me I could have just... Whatever, it's fine.
I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff! Arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. For some reason, I was going to say White House.
Hello, I'm over here now. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Oh, never mind. Fuck me.
Pardon?
Mikitoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. You thought you could run away? You silly little bitch. I have everything prepared. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact.
What? Professor Mikitoba is here in the courthouse?
Mr. Sholmes, you You didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know.
God, fuck, damn it. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once.
But of course. In truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo! Yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you. Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. I can tug on the ear now if you want. She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course.
Boom! In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand.
Yippee! Okay, alright, now I feel a little better, Voodoo. God, honestly. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of Maelstrom and... Oh, that's the name of it. That's the pun. Maelstrom. And it's Maelstrom. Oh. Wow. Also, yeah, Briz, don't worry about it. Part of me is like, yeah, that's... Part of me is like, maybe not, but also the other part of me is like, fuck it. Until I get in trouble for it, I'm relatively lenient at this point. I'm ready to head into the heart of Maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. In isolation, those words are not curses. Yeah, true. Okay, there was a to be continued. Well, whatever. Who gives a fucking rat's ass shit? That's not how words work, I think. Save your progress? Yeah. Alright. So that means I get 5 lives again. Yippee. I think I rewatched the... Nope, I don't want to resave. I watched the VOD literally... Hello. I was not expecting to be right in here, but I should have. Damn, we've got the whole party here.
So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Eugen Mikitoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. Didn't I do, like, Shigaraki voice for her? I did. Also, give me 1 second, because it's really warm in my room. I'm gonna mute my mic for a quick second here. Okay, we're good. I just had to take off my jacket, and I didn't want to hear all the zippers and stuff. And Professor Mikitoba, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gorey. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The doctor of doctors... The doctor of Dr. Scythe. Great. Okay. The daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yeah, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. It's quite terrifying. It's very scary, please help. Oh, never mind.
You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense, since she was there too.
She's dead, I think. That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder.
The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. I didn't have a stroke, you did.
Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we?
The fuck's that supposed to mean?
I'm trying to remember the voice I gave her. It was Shigaraki, I remember that much. The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. Well, no shit. He's literally the man in power. The fuck you mean?
I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances.
Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zykes. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
This game has a lot of racists in it, I'm noticing. Over the however many hours I've played this game, noticing a trend, and it's not a great one. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes. I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zykes' autopsy would have never... Sorry. I had something in my throat for a sec. Lord Van Zykes' autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord.
It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done.
But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. Shit, I don't know about that. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Good for you, I guess. Still don't really know why you're here. You weren't there. You weren't born. But all right. Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning.
Oh?
You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time.
I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. Unlike a certain lord in here, who's next to some fire.
The moment your testimony verges on suspicion, I will expel you from my court.
That's pussy shit! What, just because he said something a little strange, a little peculiar, a little bit, confusatory with the facts, motherfucker? That is the point of him being here!
Remember that.
What do you... You're so... I hate you, I hate you, Whatever. Witness testimony. The autopsy of Clint Van Zykes. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of an autopsy results... of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. Okay? That's it? That's what we fucking get? No indication? Nothing to suggest fabrication! Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that? No, I'm lying. I'm lying for the sake of comedy. What the fuck do you think? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Oh.
Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Isoki, has come from you.
Bitch, I have the right to cross-examine. I don't give a fuck what you say. I have a right. You gotta let me do my shit, bitch. I don't care how valid you think it is. You fucking sit your ass down in your big mighty chair and you let me fucking investigate. Bitch.
What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication.
No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did.
Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation.
Okay, hold on. You're grasping at straws, motherfucker. First you went for, oh really? Where's your fucking evidence that it happened? Now you're not denying that it happened, but now you're saying he was at his wit's end? Fuck you. You're full of shit. I hate you.
Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zykes' death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of this matter.
See, now everyone's like, you're full of shit.
If I may, my lord.
There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel.
I beg your pardon.
Why is that not a question? Whatever. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. You know, just really beautiful stuff. How such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zykes, suffered a different fate. Oh, so you're saying, like, it's not... Sorry, I'm, like, taking that in. You're saying it's not that? Wait, oh, fucking, I'm dumb. Sorry, I completely forgot what they were saying before about the sword. Never mind. Yes, you're right. Yeah, I forgot entirely. I'm stupid. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough.
The fuck you mean?
I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of suspicion or speculation.
What do you mean, dude? Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination.
What?
Yeah, I have a right. Have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. That's just kind of how it goes in this kind of area. And I fully intend to exercise that right.
Ryunosuke.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of law. And as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Yeah, I'm allowed to do things.
Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution.
Yeah, my lord, I'll do that. Right after I figure out how you're the professor. Or, no, not the professor. Or, yes, the Reaper. The Reprofessor. Damn. From my own observation, I couldn't say there was any indication of autopsy. See, okay, right, but then you immediately contradict yourself with that I found a little... Oh, wait, never mind. I'm dumb. Okay. All right, what do you mean from your observations? You couldn't say? No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you? He's desperate. He's really trying. No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away on the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? Bro, following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting
to adjust the lighting or pass some implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that?
Professor Mikotoba, think! Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you?
Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. Which I'll go into now! It's the sword. That's the weird thing. That's a result from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. What was strange?
Let's go into why it was strange.
In all the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were all mauled? Correct. And yet Lord Van Zykes was stabbed. Do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Van Zykes may not in fact have been one of the professor's victims? Dude,
There was no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at that time.
we are literally talking about it. But
Genshin Asogi confessed to all his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy.
yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell.
Kazuma's just like, oh, I remember our pet dog. Yes, dear old daddy would always say that we gave him just very raw meat, and that's why his mouth was so bloody. You think that Cupcake had it, because of course it's Cupcake.
No other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory? That's why I don't know why she's here.
Does that matter?
Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in this case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but...
I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see.
Mama told me all about it.
Oh?
She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable.
Unbelievable? What do you mean?
Come on, Dr. Gory, what was it?
I don't fucking know. I wasn't there. Just suddenly it's like, I wasn't there. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence. What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi. What? My father's ring?
Was inside the victim's stomach?
At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quatrus of his left hand. They really got the little bird aesthetic down with her. They really did, yeah, especially like the Plague Doctor mask definitely helps with that. The 4th or ring finger. Okay, thank you for telling me that. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 6 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. She looks up, it's like she's waiting to be fed. Honestly, yeah, it does kind of have that look.
Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day.
After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep aberrations on his finger where it had been pulled off. Oh. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes.
How could they?
It is kind of...
I brought the ring along with me today.
Gimme, 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 gimme. What?
Here it is. A bit dusty from years in stores.
Good gracious. Yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Yeah, well, it's just thinking back now. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my! Really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see.
Dr. Gory, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
Fuck you! You were a suspect! You were a suspect first, chief, head, justice, whatever the hell, second!
I don't like you.
I like to imagine. However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this crucial evidence for today's proceedings.
Very well, you may submit it.
Mr. Isogi's ring, the ring belonging to Genshin Isogi found in Lord Clint Van Zyke's stomach during the autopsy. The claw clasping the gem. Honestly, this is a cool looking ring. Not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. Almost look like claw. I actually love how this ring looks. That's a cool looking fucking ring. Unironically, that shit's cool as hell. Alright. The fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. I feel like I'd fucking wear this. If I went for like, sort of, I don't know if punk or goth is the right term, but like, I don't know. I don't know how to describe the kind of wear, but I feel like that, like the idea in my head that I can't describe to you, have fun with that, chat. But like, I don't know. I feel like I'd wear this ring. That ring looks sick as fuck. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. It's sharp, that's what we learned. This is a cool looking ring. I'm not over that. This is a cool ass looking ring. I would wear this. That's cool as hell looking. I can't get over it. Can you buy a Genshin Isogi? I'm gonna look that up after stream. Someone remind me to look that up before I end stream. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. I just did that. Lord Zeta. Honestly, though! Wait, you're so right! That is very... dude. Lord Zed with fucking... Oh, there we go. Lord Zed with fucking, like, drip and just a ring? That is very... You're totally right. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as way of... Okay, well, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna save because we have the ring now. And I don't want to, like, fuck up, you know? But... no fucking way you can swallow that. Objection. Never mind. I guess you can. The witness's last statement exhibits a fundamental inconsistency.
Not one that any British court would recognize, counsel.
What?
Remember, this is a closed court. Whatever fate befalls you in here, no one outside will ever know.
Should I be wondering if I'll make it out of this courtroom alive? Okay. Then we'll just press this. Hold it! Hold it. And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Isogi's arrest? Correct.
After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes.
That's a lie! My father was no killer! Barrick Van Zykes, it was you! You twisted the truth to suit your purpose. Dude, you're still on fucking Barrick? Leave Barrick alone. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. That's everything, is it?
Poor father. He looks so troubled.
Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind.
Oh,
I couldn't say were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure.
I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years.
If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened and remove any trace of doubt.
If we could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true.
We can't shy away from this now. Even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity.
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen.
Susato Sunday. Literally the one time I was able to use that gift, by the way. Random observations, I couldn't say there were any indication of autopsies having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That sounds strange. There were no other signs of internal injury. Maybe we present it here, because if there's... How could he have claws clasping the gem look sharp enough to cause very nasty scratch?
Objection!
There it is. Okay, yeah, I was on the right track when I first... The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at the moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had required. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not.
What are you suggesting, Counsel?
That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy.
What are you saying?
That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach. Objection! Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report.
It's explicit in the report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point.
You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. Yeah. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. In addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. Determined to swallow a sharp ring? Are you dumb? He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed the enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No! Shit, you're right. And there you've arrived at the striking point. I kinda went into Van Zykes, oops. That's precisely why I had... holy shit, why did I forget his voice? There we go, we're back. Sorry, completely forgot how to do Mikotoba. I was just doing Lord Van Zykes at that point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. If I have to make a voice for Dr. Wilson, I'm doing generic old man wheezing voice, I'm sorry. Oh, fuck you.
Look at this!
I fucking knew I'd have to.
Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say?
But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What's that now, Mikotoba? Sorry, I can't hear you. I'm very deaf.
Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size, with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and... Esophagus, duh! I thought esophagus was spelt with an A, that's my bad, I'm dumb. Torn mucous membranes at the very least.
Are you fucking questioning me, boy? And Dr. Mikitoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you?
I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to overstep my boundaries, shit. I can think of plenty of ways to oh shit.
I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down!
And then I was like, well, that's fucking confusing, but alright. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father.
You have no proof.
That's what he's gonna say.
I'm disappointed, counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation.
What? You're full of shit, dude.
Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There was no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion.
Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
Damn fucking right we will. I don't think so. And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
Oh, boo fucking who? We open up the dead to find the truth.
Okay. I beg your pardon. See, now it's a question. What the fuck do you mean?
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Ow. Sorry, I hit something. I had to itch myself. Ah, yes, I love a good wine in the morning during a court case. Fuck this glass! Yes, the ring.
What about the ring?
It's a good movie, sorry. I've just remembered something. An earlier incident.
What incident?
The one I recounted to you before. About a memory I have. Of Genshin Asogi saving my life. Oh yeah, you did tell us that!
What? My father saved your life?
It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. And all of a sudden... A flashback within a flashback, holy shit! Don't make a peep, you're coming with us! I don't remember what voice I did at the time. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Bang! Gun! Gun, bang, bang, gun! The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear the ring. Are you saying... I've always believed those thugs were after me, but now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack, and in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean, the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night? I mean, that kind of does add up, yeah.
Objection!
Objection! You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer, then have objection. Dude, chill. Kazuma. Open your eyes. I need water. I'm gonna open my lips for water. I almost spilled my water on my fucking mouse and I was gonna scream. Ryunosuke? You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this?
Well, this is an amusing spectacle. A lover's quarrel in the courtroom. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself.
Trying to trans-truth me right now? I'll have you know, Strongheart, my pronouns are he, him, and goddammit, they're staying like that for the foreseeable fucking future.
It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it.
What?
Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed his findings in the findings in this trial?
Oh, oh dear. That face. Damn, that face. Okay. That one face, even though it's so blank, even though you could tell me that is the default expression of this model and I'd believe you, that just shows so much fucking emotion. Oh my god. Holy shit, sorry, that caught me way off guard for some reason. Damn.
In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him.
It's the eyes? Yeah, dude, they were like his irises were bigger. It wasn't the same as like his normal anger, whereas irises are like smaller and he's more squinted. This was almost like, ooh, it was like his mind was just blank in the moment, but still angry in some way. Oh, that was deep. I probably made half that up, but ooh.
In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, I just read this. Why am I doing it again? Isn't that right, Lord Van Sykes?
Your smile is very concerning, my lord, but yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. Or, hear me out. Potentially, however, he was bribed? Maybe the lives of his friends and or family was threatened? And the only option he had to, like, not have his 8-year-old son die is to be like, I am this notorious killer. I will something, I will accept this or whatever. Right? Like, could easily be bribery in this. This courtroom has been known to have bribery in it. Literally the third case ever in the Great Ace Attorney. It was bribery. Just want to throw that fucking out there. I'm just saying, not out of the question.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. What, are you gonna pull out your clock and say 36 minutes and 2 hours ago? Like, whatever. Fuck you. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only two things. Fuck you, two. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
No, that's not true. Oh, depression hit. But if that autopsy was all above board, there would be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion. Objection! Bung, bung, bung. Ooh! Oh, that was powerful!
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended permanently. Or prematurely, oops. He's having a mentee B. Honestly, a mentee B, I love that. I might actually... I might add that to my fucking regular vocabulary. I like that a lot, actually. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, latest absurdity, Council? My lord. Your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole! I beg your pardon.
You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. See, yeah, he's getting that. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence. Objection! Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death? If the autopsy results were oh, what the fuck? Oh my god! Hey! Hey! Yo! Sorry, that pose! Yo! Sorry, I really like that posing. Let me just... Sorry, I really like... Damn! If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested. Objection! Oh, sorry, objection! Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me? Oh, dude, there's so many fucking layers to this, bro. Cause on one hand, right, we have... Hold on, I gotta mute a thing because it's distracting me. Like, on one hand, we have fucking Ryunosuke, who, like, is relatively unbiased here. We have Van Zykes, who is determined to say Genshin Asogi was the man who killed his brother. And we have Kazuma now, who's opened... Oh, I love this case! Fuck me, I love it! Me? Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Miss Naruto. If we can only show that there was a reason for his father's silence in this trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent? Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Enough rhetoric! The court must be shown evidence!
Finales be finale. Dude, I love this case. Okay.
What proof do you have that the council that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? Telegram from Japan. The inspector hosts an Naga in Japan with details of the telegram he managed to locate by stealing into Judge Jigoku's office. What does it say on it again? K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. Nothing else. Could explain Asogi's silence in court. Time of death, 5 p.m. midnight. Do we have the Asogi papers? There it is. Last will and testament. This is it. Take that! Take that! Ugh. This is the defense's answer to that question. Fuck! And as I indicated before, my patience for rhetoric is growing thin.
You could have at least accompanied that penalty with an explanation of why that answer was wrong.
If Kazuma-sama's father knew that the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated, why would he have said nothing in his trial? If it were me, I'd have prosted. Holy shit. I misread that to hell and back. I'd have protested my innocence until I didn't mean to click that. I would have protested my innocence until I was blue in the face. So if we're right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for his silence. Well, then perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency? That could be it. My lord, the defense would like to try again?
Enough rhetoric.
This course must be showed evidence. What proof? Okay, hold on. I gotta reread these. It's not the red-headed league. It's not Mr. Vigil. Letter of introduction. It's not gonna be that. It's not the dismissal notice. It's not that. It's not that. It's not that. Not gonna be that. Not gonna be that. Not gonna be that. That's Gregson. We don't care. Everything about Gregson's case is irrelevant now. Not relevant. Not relevant. Not relevant. See, this is my thought. The Asogi papers. That's for Gregson to leave. I don't want to fuck up again. Karma?
Take that!
Yeah, no, that didn't make sense in my head either. But I also don't... Hold on. Alright, brain has to function here. Give me a fucking second. Mr. Asogi's bringing a ring belonged to Get Shishogi, found in Lord Confessor Cemetery. The autopsy of the claws is a German look sharpen up. Okay. Telegram from Japan. That has nothing to do with that. That's with the assassin trade. It doesn't matter. That's for Gregson's walk, evacuation drill, itinerary, a notice about a practice evacuation to be carried out by a crew. That's gross. That's also irrelevant because that's on the ship that wasn't relevant in the case 10 years ago. The Great Sword Karma, that has something to do with the Sogi, but it was wrong. It damn well ain't gonna be that. What proof do you have that the court was explaining Sogi's silence in court? Clint, British, time of death. Oh, his friend?
Take that!
Okay, or I could just be wrong. Wait, I'm so confused. I'm gonna keep doing this, because fuck you. Wait. It's not the ring.
Take that!
Yeah, it's not the ring. That would be stupid. Clemency. I don't know. It's not gonna be anything to do with... It's not gonna be anything to do with fucking, what's his name? It's not gonna do anything to do with this, right? Hold on. Chief Warden Daily Vigil is relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for prisons. All rights to redundancy pay, other financial benefits are fully revoked. Aiding and abetting an escape of prison conflict. The professor. Just prior to his execution, details of his full... It has nothing to do with... To escape?
Take that!
Okay, yeah, the escape plot. Okay, there it is. It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government.
Is that what you're claiming?
In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak from Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. There we go. Okay, I got it eventually. Also, I need water.
Order! 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 First fabricated evidence, and now a jailbreak conspiracy. Let me get water before I continue.
That water is not great. Yeah. Tastes gross, but whatever. It was all we had.
First fabricated evidence, and now a jailbreak conspiracy.
Of course, because it's all intimately linked.
The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses?
Oh no. People who could testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Please don't bring out Caden. I don't want to do the shit Scottish again. Icelandic water for the win. It's fucking... Dude, it's like shit water. It is not good water. It's not even cold anymore. Please don't make me voice Caden. Cause he and Vigil are the only ones who could... Please don't bring out Caden. I don't want to voice Caden again. Please just bring out Vigil and no one else. Can we bring Tobias Gregson out from the grave? Can we get Maya in here, please? I don't want to voice Caden. It's a shitty accent that I can't do it well. Governor Kate. Ah! And the poor chief warder of the prison.
I won't allow this.
I thought I pressed the button accidentally.
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. How? He won't be in any trouble, my lord. He's already here.
So I really want to see the end of this, but literally falling asleep at the desk, so I will have to catch the VOD. No worries. Take care, Briz. I hope you have a good sleep. Or if you have to stay up, don't die. Just be in good spirits.
What?
Father? My dear friend may appear a little... What the fuck? Rattle-patted at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that?
Are you telling me that?
Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken. Waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. I love pissing off Strongheart. I love pissing him off.
My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset.
You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
Damn it, motherfucker. Very well. Bring the witnesses! Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest, once and for all.
Oh. God damn it, I have to voice him. And I'm still here, by the way, so at least that kind of balances out. We have a voice Finn hates to do, and me, a voice Finn loves to do, so we kind of balances out a little bit. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupation for the court, please? Please start with...
I, Barry Caden, governor of the Barclay prison.
I'm so sorry.
Everyone calls me...
Everyone calls me... Hold on, fuck you, I'm doing the goddamn line. I'm never gonna do this voice again, so I'm gonna do it now. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell dirty little tidbits to passers-by. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon, of course. Poor guy. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago.
Lost the professor? We've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was there wasn't anything untoward happen.
A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward.
Well...
The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. as he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. Yeah. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
Guards! Hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness. Governor Caden. Aye, sir! You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court.
What the fuck you mean? He's just saying God's honest truth.
My apologies, my lord.
There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. I got the CNA mixed. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before court now and explain exactly what took place.
Dum. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago.
Aye.
Witness testimony!
The jailbreak plot. Fuck me.
It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to Chief Warder Vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes.
Oh, you're admitting it.
I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
I didn't ken if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. I'm not British, I'm Scottish. Or Irish. Probably Irish. Or Scottish. I don't know. They wrote an Irishman very differently, but it also could have just been an entirely different part of Ireland that had this accent. I don't fucking know. I'm not even doing the accent, I'm just doing the voice.
A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot?
Aye, that's right. See, I is the only bit that makes me think he's Irish. And ut, but even then, that's Scottish. Who sent it? Who authorized the plan? I don't know. I can't answer that or some shit. No, I didn't ken that.
Yeah, okay, alright. I was close. I was kind of right. I said I can't answer that, and he said I didn't ken that, so I'm not wrong.
You're saying you don't know? Listen, there wasn't a thing about that professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. Calm. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you.
I'm weirdly getting in the flow. I don't know if I like that or not. My dad is gonna hold that over me if he ever finds this VOD. Fuck, I may show him just for shits and giggles. I don't know.
I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office.
The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit.
And who was the lead prosecutor at the time? It was a little Lord Mayor Stronghart, wasn't it? Who wasn't it, Stronghart? What do you say, my lord? What do you say, Mr. Judgy?
That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my lord?
I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to cross-examination?
Fucking course I do, absolutely! I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
Seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious.
Ahim.
Very well. Proceed, counsel.
There's just like a lot of racism in this game. I don't vibe with it. Guys, did you know racism is actually not a good thing? No way. It's not like that's just basic human knowledge. I'm gonna start the game now. It was the day the Japanese jock was found guilty. Hold on, I'm gonna save because I am afraid. What do you want me to say? I'm not afraid and lie? I am. I bloody am. Honest, I am. Okay. Hold it! And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive.
Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official.
But if it wasn't from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. That's just fucking obvious. I can't even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What?
There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I can't give any indication of who was behind it.
You can't be serious, you fucker. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done.
Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Assign the convict chief warder Vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all? That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor?
Aye. Say aye, you fuck. Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it.
Damn. Alright then, who else did know about the plan?
I've no the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd be given similar orders.
So you don't know who else was involved?
Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens.
Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Scythe as she's known now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment.
The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of our country's nobles.
Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I could still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you?
Elosh, Virgil, I can't apologize enough.
No, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. Damn! He said damn right you can't. Fuck, dude. I feel bad for Vigil.
And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden?
That I fucking sucked at it. I didn't ken if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office.
Hold it!
But you've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the men's escape. There must be some sort of negotiation. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation.
Aye, well, be that as it may, I didn't ken nothing about it. About that. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I ken that much, I do.
Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. The man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it's to be, that is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
Aye.
Ba-ba, beep-ba.
All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's...
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety?
Aye, I did everything I could at the time.
As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape.
Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the joke out of the jail and nothing more. I can't tell you anything about what happened after that, only... Personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Oh.
Excuse me.
Excuse me? Excuse me, bruv. Mr. Vigil, is something wrong?
Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir?
What?
He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention?
It's a Barclay bargain sale.
What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps?
Vogue. For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country.
Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. Yeah, but it wasn't his country, to be entirely fair.
But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Soki in the cemetery was ever part of the plan.
What makes you think that?
Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to the crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape?
I mean, yeah, he's got a point.
Yes, that's quite true!
If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler to just let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secret. Oh, God. Sorry. So, something was in my throat. Give me a sec. Let me get more water. That was violent cough. My bad. I'm so sorry about that. I think we're good now. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak, between the stogie and the body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony.
Gads! Aye, go on then. Fuck, shit, goddamn it, fuck oh shit. Seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Let me save before I do fucking anything, because we clearly have to present here. Like, that's obvious, I feel. The question is what? I think it would be the Asogi papers, right? The last will and testament of Genshin Shogi that Mr. Vigil claims disappeared after the convict's execution. Apparently, Mr. Asogi described it as the only weapon I have left. Bargain with. His bargaining chip is the weapon.
Objection.
Yep, there it is. I'm so smart. Brain working again. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison, Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Did you know they call me the gambler? Sorry. Sorry, I just wanted to make my joke.
Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. I don't know why I spaced that out like that. Give me one sec.
Sorry, my nose was a bit stuffy. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of
A weapon.
Heathers! That fella couldn't possibly have had anything like that.
But you know that he did, Governor. You know of it. The Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
You squealed, didn't you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now.
When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. All right then, but what's on the paper?
A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon?
After the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Eh? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow.
Jeez, what the blazes are you blethering about? Abu, the will was found, right and proper. In the fella's cell where I said it would be.
But how can that be? We're in his cell. We all searched the place from top to bottom. Ow. I don't know why I said ow so late.
Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh, you peely wally golly.
If there are any Scottish/Irish people in the chat, including my father, which I know he isn't in the chat, I would like to formally apologize. You can't criticize me now.
I showed it to you before, did I know you're a lawyer?
Yes, you did. And I have a document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi.
Which means everything is as it should be.
Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What? What inconsistency?
As a person of mostly Scot descent, fuck you. Look, Ethan, I am 50% Irish. I know I'm doing bad. Scottish and Irish accents are very similar. They're very different, but very similar at the same time. Fucking, we're doing both of us a disservice here. If my dad heard this, he might smack me upside the head.
This is a joke. That was a joke. It's a joke. He wouldn't do that.
He might as a joke, but like, fucking, I don't know, they're Irish. That's just kind of how they do. That's just kind of how Irish people are, all right? That's just how it happened. Anyway. Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. I would hope he would as a bit. Yeah, no, he would do like a little like upside the head kind of thing. Like a slap, sort of, I don't know, like top of my head, skull area as a joke. He does it. Gonna text your mom and tell her you're doing bad impressions of your faff. My faff? My faff? My faff, Ethan? My faff? Yeah, go tell my mom I'm doing bad impressions of my faff. You fucking idiot. Mr. Asogi described the document as the only weapon he had left, and yet this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting... I hope you die in Ace Attorney. Joke's on you, I have 3 lives and I can time travel, L! Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake, Also, Ethan, this is a personal anecdote. Rest of chat and rest of stream and rest of viewers of the VOD, ignore this. Ethan, you know that one D&D campaign we're gonna do? The fairy tale one? This is the voice I'm doing. Anytime I'm reading this motherfucker, that's what I'm doing. Just letting you know so you know what to expect for that. I just want to say that while you're here and while he's here. That's all. Moving on. As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. Oh, Lord. Damn. Damn.
Damn. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken.
What? No! I definitely heard him say that, I swear!
Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers. A waste of time! If the will was fake, where is the real document?
Objection! Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He's lost everything. Very nearly his own life. And now you're gonna do it again? You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself.
Oh.
It's clearly a Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office.
It's clear that some illicit negotiations.
Is your lordship just going to gloss over the goddamn? Let me read, you fuckers.
What did you say?
We should hear more from the chief warder.
Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must. It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth.
Hold on, sorry. A vocal few? Motherfucker, everyone was chanting testify. You only heard a few things that weren't testify, motherfucker.
Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord. Let's fucking go. He's on the fucking ropes.
Witness testimony. The Asogi papers.
As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with the will in his cell. He turned the cell inside out. We turned the cell inside out, looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
I only found out about the Asogi papers when the detective came telling me to impound them. The document was in folds of the fellow's robes that was left in the cell. A kimono, I think it's called.
A kimono? But that would have gone with him, would it not? In his kimono? That's a lie. Yeah, see, that would have gone with him. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true.
Would you not satisfied with calling me a liar once, say, you wee waffinger?
Waffinger? Waffinger?
I will ask my father about that later.
There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Something going on here? Something wasn't programmed right? The fuck happened? The fuck happened here? I mean, I know what happened. You just didn't have fucking Caden do his bit of this. Caden's using his fucking stand to just shake him. Really, when I get too silly. What the fuck is actually? I just like to imagine Caden is like a fucking stand user and his stand is just grabbing him. You fucking son of a bitch! Oh my god, that's so funny! Other than the hold you like to take of my caravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again, like this? Or are you too scared, like this? Does that mean Vigil is also a stand user? I don't fucking know. In this context, probably not. Or at the very least, the cameraman isn't a stand user, because we don't see a fist shaking him around. Sorry, I just really like the idea of just Kaden being like, I'm fucking tired of shaking you myself, I'm gonna let my brain do it. And then his Stan's arm just comes out, just starts shaking him around. I just find that really funny. Get out! Oh, now he's going back to him doing it. Little and large. What a double act.
We complied with Asogi's will as far as was possible. As for his personal effects, all of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy of the homeland of the most notorious killer of our country has ever seen.
And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely, including his kimono.
Aye, and you can't deny the handwriting that is that of your old man, eh?
Yes, there's no mistaking it's my father's brushwork. Really? Okay, but here, wait. Shut up, Strongheart. Didn't we just say that the stuff was found in a kimono? Right? We said that Kazuma is claiming that all of his father's stuff was given back to him. But isn't the timeline fucked up there? How were they given all the stuff back and then they find the Asogi papers after everything was sent in a kimono? You know what I mean? Like, that feels weird.
And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh.
Don't smile like that. It doesn't exactly paint you in a good light.
Bong. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord! Alright, real quick, before we start the cross-examination, I am going to take a bathroom break. I'm gonna let the music play so that it's not entirely silent here. Alright, I will be right back. Just listen to the good vibes. Okay, sorry about that. We're back. I just needed to take a sec also to just get some other stuff. Okay, where were we? As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attend to Mr. Asogi and okay.
Hold it!
So would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Though there was a precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering the days were very much numbered. I'm sorry, I sound quieter in my ear, so it was a little. Oh, there we go. Now I sound better on my own. Sorry about that. Okay. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to his crimes. I know, that's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was too tranquil and intelligent. It put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. I don't know why I said that in the voice. I already read that in the voice. Also, okay, my thought process here is... Maybe Vigil... Or not Vigil, sorry. Maybe Asogi is guilty of killing one man, but he's not the professor, and they just kind of clammed that in with it? That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, but I thought I'd say it anyways.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. And like the bump at you didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. So when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously.
Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. Personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland.
Oh, you had something to do with it, convenient! In that case, why was it found in his cell? Peculiar, isn't it?
What do you mean by that?
Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. Yeah. It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell.
Well,
The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor?
prison governor, can he be expected to ken the inner workings of a prosecutor's office?
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter.
I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time.
That seems like a fucking cop-out, you motherfucker. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the thing about that, well... We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the prosecution, or after the execution, but to no avail. It was the governor who ordered the search of the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes. And when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by my curva and yelled, "It can't have disappeared completely," in my face. Okay, so he's just doing this to, like, mimic it. Why the fuck is his tie moving? I'm convinced that I'm convinced that fucking Caden's stand is just, like, a part of this act. Or better yet, oh shit, what if it's actually Vigil's stand and he's doing it out of mockery? That's funny. I like that idea more.
Aye, well, it's done to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should.
I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it?
But it proved impossible to find.
That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper, that blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. Oh, you mean... The article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you aided Genshin Isogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that.
I do. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else.
You could have. You absolutely could have, but you didn't. I only found out about the papers when a directive came telling me to impound them.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak.
Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office.
What name was on it?
I didn't ken afore and I didn't ken now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell.
Document? Was that the wording? Document, not will?
Aye. That's what it said.
Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Isogi's last will and testament that the sender of the directive was after. Document is a weird wording for that, to be fair, but also you could make the argument.
Continue with your testimony then, witness.
Oh, my throat feels weird now. Document for the document. Document. That's the. Is there any sort of document it could have potentially have been, other than the Isogi papers? Not that we have on file. Not that we have on file, or at least that I can think of. The document was in the folds of a fellow's robe that was in the cell kimono, I think it's called. In Mr. Isogi's kimono.
Aye, the one he'd brought with him when he was locked up.
Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand.
That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Indeed. He had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword... Karma? His sword?!
Karma, the famous sword of the Isogi clan.
It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon?
Have some respect, Reinosuke.
Respectful silence?
The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing.
Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials?
Aye.
That's fucking weird.
He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Bakhaisi. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
A suzerain ink stone, black sumi ink, and some hanshi rice paper, no doubt.
I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say that the letters just look like squirming mess of jet black earthworms to me.
That can't not be racist.
Excuse me.
Excuse me! He wrote it in English, that's what you're gonna say, right? Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil?
Mr. Vigil! Sir! It was Scarlet, sir!
He didn't have a writing utensil, he cut himself. What?
Oh!
Damn, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance? Possibly, or possibly not. And then I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asked that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with his possibly or possibly not important detail.
Permission granted.
Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. Okay, so I have two options for what it could be, because I have two ideas for how he did it. Nope, go back. So my two ideas, I'm gonna say both so that if one of them is wrong and the other's right, I'm not stupid, or it doesn't seem like I'm lying. Okay. So my first thought is Karma. He used Karma to cut his finger or something to write. It wouldn't be that accurate, so that's why I'm a little, But also, these are in black. You can see it, like in the thing. It's in black. Not here, but like in the image, it's black.
Objection.
Okay, maybe that's not it. Okay, I'm gonna try Karma now. Because if he was allowed to have Karma, and it was in red ink, he never got a writing utensil. He cut himself. Not what I meant. Sorry.
Objection.
Okay, I'm just wrong on both fronts. Da 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 dee da 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 dee da da da. Okay, well they were both wrong, so now I have to think. It's not gonna be the ring again. This was found in the victim. Why would he be allowed to have it back? It's not gonna be that. That's not gonna be relevant. That's not relevant. That's not relevant. I already tried that. That's a charm for if I get stuck. Reading. Elicity has to use his brain. I don't want to hear that from someone who doesn't have one. Oh! Events like nationality, British time to May 31st between 9 p.m. and midnight. Death of a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Scarlet. Oh, there it is. Scarlet ink stains. Bitch. Scarlet colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What?
Heavens again! You have no evidence to say that!
That was really Scottish. Like, that actually... Damn.
I'm gonna show my dad that, and he's gonna be so proud. No, he won't.
He won't give a shit in, like, a respectful way. Anyways, have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand.
Yes, so it does.
Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingerprints, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. I try my best, Van Zykes. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. I love this pose, sorry. It's really just, I like it. I don't know why.
What is your point, counsel? Ugh.
My point is this. Whenever Lord Clint Van Sykes was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand.
What?
I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. Huh. But Clint was punctilious, I guess, about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Sykes was writing moments before his death? Then it was... If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that yes. Mr. Vigil! Sir! When you spotted Mr. Rasogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? All right then, but what's on that paper?
A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
I'm gonna keep giving Genshin that, like, dramatic kind of voice. A last will and testament. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Rasogi said. You really think Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Sykes! No. What? Developments! Objection! Oh, damn, this is new. This is madness! My brother's last will and testament? That would mean that he had chosen to die! That is what it would mean, yes. No! Impossible! That is utterly out of the question! Lord Van Sykes. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done. Until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene! Objection! And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could that will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact the daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there could be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. No, it couldn't be. He had proof of who the fucking Reaper was.
I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to, having seen serves absolutely no purpose. Objection! No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament of that Genshin Asogi had in his possession, that was that of Lord Clint Van Sykes. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue.
Oh shit. A reason why Lord Clint Van Sykes, a man with noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is the unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. Wait, what? But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you're resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken, Miss Usato. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on! It's soldiering, I think, but whatever. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zykes left behind a will. A will that Genshin Isogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the professor case.
The defense's last statement is mere conjecture.
What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zykes was in fact... Oh. No! No! I'm saving in case I fuck up. It can't be a confession, can it? Wait. Let me read. Wait, no way. Wait. Go back up. What made me scream? Information of the utmost secrecy. An accusation, right? We can't say that Clint was the... has to be an accusation. There's no way it's a confession. Obviously, it must have been an accusation!
An accusation?
Yes, revealing the true identity of the professor.
Which would explain why Asogi took it.
Wait.
Since it was he who implicated...
Objection! No! In that case, the will wouldn't have given Mr. Asogi any bargaining power at all. Oh no, I'm in the right room.
Then you're suggesting the accusation was against some other person.
Objection! No! If that were the case, the two men would surely have collaborated to pursue the culprit together. Okay, it's saying that I'm in the wrong here. The whole... Okay, yep, okay. Wait! What? Wait, what? What? Wait, no, fuck. I hope I'm wrong here. I'm not. What? You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zykes actually penned that day was a confession.
A confession?
Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity. Objection! Enough! Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord Van Zykes, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Isogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zykes himself! Jesus.
It's finally open, isn't it? Pandora's box.
The great Van Zykes family. They've been I don't even try that word.
And Lord Clint Van Zykes, he was
But he was actually a mass murderer. A perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature.
If the general public were ever found out, law and order...
My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zykes.
I
wonder, though, did he never suspect, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Barrick Van Zykes is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was?
Order in the court!
Lord Van Zykes. The professor made us of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog?
Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck.
A jewel-studded collar?
That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night.
A jewel-studded collar? Stolen by a thief? We heard about a collar, didn't we? It so happens that myself and my colleague have come across such a collar during our time in London.
How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. Oh, and there's blood on it. Oh no! It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B?
Oh my! You know it?
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family.
What? What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now?
Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then. The collar you've described was Balmung's.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zykes' widow. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. So it's true then? Clint Van Zykes really was the professor.
Impossible! These Japanese are making it all up and extorting it their own!
So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that he threatened to be an enormous... And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society.
My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed, and still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing that justice was done. That though this anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then. You may have the truth.
Oh shit.
Tell me then! Tell me what
Crint? Hello?
Tell me what Clint really was! Lord Clint Van Zykes was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself.
God damn.
Clint! 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years of Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Sykes made it his mission to combat that darkness, but as time went on, slowly ate at his soul, till eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really. It's somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's a commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student.
So I was right. Genshin did kill, but he wasn't the professor. He killed Clint.
So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, took it upon himself to visit the Van Zykes mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zykes perished. I don't believe this.
So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did. He made the late Lord Van Zykes meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor's killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. Damn.
As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And? What about the will?
Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor, so I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you then. You who pinned the crimes on my father!
I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence.
I ordered the detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him naturally.
Gregson?
Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that.
There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zykes. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yes, well, I've no doubt it was the Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man.
And worse than that, he doesn't keep the dog. So we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey.
So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, wasn't it? That was Gregson and some hired help. Then the detective handed the ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during the autopsy. And in light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty on the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. Sorry. I'm gonna get one more drink of water here. I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings.
It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
What weakness?
Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi.
Me? Yeah, 'cause family. He didn't want his son to be hurt.
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi.
What?
Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention. And you will see Japan and your son again.
You scoundrel!
Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty, so whatever rash claims you make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi, the gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing the truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand. So, what's it to be, Asogi?
Kazuma. He was just protecting his kid. He did it for me.
And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection! God. I've never dared let myself ever even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Male Strongheart? He's smiling.
A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Beric Van Zykes?
No fucking way. No remorse.
That's the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice. Should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What? What brazen?
I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel.
An angel with bloody hands? I think not.
Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My mission worked tirelessly. I completely read that wrong. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became.
God damn.
But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Dr. Scythe?
So what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, have successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything.
I'm actually at a loss for words. Holy shit. So the entire country is basically built on lies.
My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
Lord Strongheart did it? An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died in the Reaper's hands were rotten to the core anyway. It was all for the aid of keeping London safe.
There is no one left who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
Halt it! I have one last question. For the accused Lord Van Zykes. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. Have you never suspected your older brother?
Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil.
And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign.
During the time of the professor's killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. That made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, no more, not more. Only once, really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now.
Do you have any evidence to support that idea?
The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor.
That will do. Neither Clint Van Zykes nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion.
But... Pull the bunny ears.
There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-paged last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained.
God damn.
Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Actually, no. Fuck you, no.
Objection.
Objection! There we go. I was gonna say, fuck you, we're not ending it there. Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery.
What discovery? My lord!
I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues.
I beg your pardon.
As the court has been reminded already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction.
What contradiction?
But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. You did. That is what you did. Well, it began with Lord Van Zykes and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction?
One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Let me use my brain real quick. Out of the circumstances, it's unthinkable to think. My friend, do you have any evidence? I'm going through, give me a sec. Only once I could. My brother's sense of justice. I think Lord Van Zykes. But there's nothing on the line if I get this wrong, so I'm gonna say Lord Van Zykes. It was Lord Van Zykes, I'm sure of it. Something about what he said is just a little jarring. Come on, Ryunosuke, go over it again, find it! Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. The third victim was Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable to think my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That's it. Lord Van Zykes, would you care to explain? What exactly am I supposed to make of those pitiful Nipponese eyes? Oh, we're back to racism, fun. When you were recounting the information about your brother and the third victim just now, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have.
Inconsistent?
And even though that inconsistency arose from words out of the defendant's mouth, we have a duty here to pursue an explanation. What are you playing at?
I fail to see the defense's intention here, but clearly the court cannot ignore this new development. What evidence?
Okay. That... I actually don't know. I will be real, I don't know. Time of death, recent ink stains, blah, 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 death of stab. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly. No intentional trauma noticed anywhere else. That's not it, I'm sure. I, Genshin Sogi, hereby request that upon my death any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son Kazuma Sogi in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate of this foreign land and the knowledge that I never see homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. That's not it. An old photographic print displayed rather prominently in Inspector Grayson's office. The person on the left is Lord Kent Van Zykes. It's not that, is it? Saving because I'm a coward.
Take that!
Dear me. Oh, this evidence makes it very clear indeed.
Alright, I don't need your fucking sarcasm. Your attitude is not appreciated. Okay, let me think. What's something that would... This is the autopsy report of Gregson. That's irrelevant. Fall of Earth and fire. What am I missing? I'm gonna try this. Fuck it. Okay, alright. This makes it very clear indeed. Blah, blah, blah. Give me a sec. Okay. Let me think this out. Van Zyke said if... I think it's gonna be at the very top. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter the circumstances, I'm thinking that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That's for Gregson. Clint's autopsy. I don't know. What the fuck? It's not the Lucky Charm. Is it? No. Kill his... It's written in Japanese. Who... I really have no fucking idea. I really don't. For some reason I want to say the ring, but that makes no fucking sense. It's not gonna be the telegram from Japan, because that's about the assassination trade. Fuck it, I'll try the ring.
Take that!
I have absolutely no clue. And there's no way to, like, get a hint. Other than losing a life. Here, I'm just gonna present this and let the thing just go on.
Dear me, oh, this evidence makes it very clear indeed. There is no contradiction with either the defendant or myself, naturally. No. The contradiction here lies squarely with you, counsel.
I have the distinct impression that permitting you to advocate for me was the mistake of my life. And don't you dare show your face again at my door once this trial... Bro! Are you breaking up with me? It's gonna be very lonely around the Naruto dinner table in future. My husband won't be there. As long as I'm alive, Mr. Naruto, I'm sure we need only think again to fix this situation. Oh my, Mrs. Otto. Yes, of course. Hold on. Please read it out. Well, it began with Lord Van Zykes and his recollection about his brother. Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. Something about his brother. Where on earth is the contradiction? I don't know. One of them definitely just says something contextual. I can go back. I'm gonna click that. Wait. It was Lord Strong... Oh, either of them can be right. Oh, shit. Okay. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke, think back over his words. Find the problem.
Neither Clint Van Zykes nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only two existent pieces of evidence from the time. Oh, this might be it. Well begone ring that acted and the 3-paged last will testament that was penned with black ink behind. This might be it then.
Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain?
Explain what, counsel?
Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Fucking what?
Karma?
Autopsy, maybe? Oh.
Inconsistent.
Whilst the inconsistency remains,
Defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statement you are making, counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction. What piece of evidence, I ask you?
Fuck you, game. I don't know. Fucking goddamn it. I don't want to let the game tell me. Telegram of Japan. Only thing. What was it that's even considered? There are only 2 existent pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring, right? 3-page last will. Autopsy?
Take that!
Timmy. I don't want the game to tell me. But also, I don't know what the fuck it is. I'm just gonna... I have to. Because otherwise we're gonna be stuck here forever and we're like almost 3 hours in. Just tell me. Tell me. Just let me have it. Let me have it. Just let me have it.
Take that!
The papers? Oh! The papers. Wait. I'm confused again. So is the correct answer Lord Strongheart or Lord Van Zykes? Strongheart, okay. So then that evidence... Okay, well, that fucking sucks. Alright, well, I'm stupid. Wait, but he said 3-page... What? Game. Oh, Kazuma's his belongings, I guess?
Take that!
This here is the will left behind by Mr. Isogi. I feel fucking annoying, or I feel annoyed that I had to do that through the game telling me what to do, but I also gotta figure it out. The 2-paged will. Oh, my fucking God. He said 3-paged, and in my head, I got the fucking, I thought the confession counted as part of that, but that's not right at all. Oh, I'm dumb. The 2-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-paged last will and testament. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page?
For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see.
A trifle.
Governor Caden! What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament.
Aye, I was there for sure. I remember the black worm-like scrolls that to this day, and I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time.
What?
Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan.
For legal purposes, we required only his will.
And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh?
Well, I think we have a right to see that now. I cracked my neck accidentally, sorry. I say accidentally, but I did turn my head, so I guess it wasn't accidental. I just didn't mean to crack my neck.
So it was decided that the 3rd page oughtn't to be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me!
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel.
Regardless.
As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here and now. My father's message.
It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
Fuck you, my dick! Tell us it right now, it could be relevant. We need to know what it says now. even if even the slightest thing may give a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Isogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now.
Your request is denied. The inevitability maudlin words can be of no consequence now. Objection! The prosecution agrees. This court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well, then, Governor Caden. You will read the third page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir! Only, I should point out, my lord, that I can't actually read worm language.
This beautiful... Who is this? Is it, who the fuck are you? Wait. Mikitoba? This beautiful handwriting? Shame on you, Barry. Oh, I was right. God damn, I didn't know who else it would be. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father!
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikitoba?
Naturally. I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message.
Your cooperation is much appreciated.
I'm gonna read it in the Genshin voice because I don't want to do that voice.
Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes.
You switch sides suddenly. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem. Twist thy head. Father.
What is Karuma, the sword? The name of the Isogi clan's famous sword, a razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me.
It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in the proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. The third page. I'm gonna twist the head. What, bitch?
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue.
Fuck you, I'm gonna inspect Karuma's head. Twist it. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, isn't it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh! I once studied the history of development of a katana some time ago, and as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. Turn thy head. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe. Kashira? So Mr. Isogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think... Oh! Look what's inside. Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? Well, let us read it. Oh, it's the confession! Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end. Clint Van Sykes. And the date, 10 years ago on that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karuma and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Sykes. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. What? Wait, what's unbelievable? Something on the back? Something on the back. There's got to be something on the back. That's what it is. There's something on the back. There's always something on the back with a piece of paper. Wait, damn it. What is that? Oh, it's him. I didn't know what that noise was. Sorry, I forgot he was hitting his fucking unicorn. Holy shit. All the
As the presiding judge, I have been accommodating as possible of the will I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light.
You're wrong, though. I just found it. Fuck you.
In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Sykes tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, he clearly, he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
What does it fully say? Last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Sykes that has been hidden inside the great sword Karama for years. A trump card left behind by Genshin Asogi. Hold on. Wait. Let me try something. Hold on. Skip everything. Twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. Cosmo's father certainly had a way with words. He certainly thought up it seems most playful at first, but I wonder, over the years perhaps, the duties of Asogi actually call for such an event. Protecting great secrets, you mean? Those sort of duties? Well, I could believe that. Cosmo conducts himself like someone with the weight of it. Why did I get that? For having examined the head of Karma again after finding a crucial evidence inside of the final chapter of the greatest eternity resolved. Cool. 21% of people do that. I guess I'm special. I just did that because I wanted to read this. I didn't get that because of an achievement hunter. I got that because I wanted to read the fucking thing. Objection? How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother.
Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now.
Objection! Me, raise hand. I'm raising my hand like the funny sprite that Ryunosuke always has. Raise hand!
Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appear to have been lost forever.
Objection. Ugh.
Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why.
No comment.
We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order.
I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection! We got proof! Me proof! What about Inspector Gregson then?
And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that.
I was smiling. This evil motherfucker.
Lord Strongheart, what exactly is that you're hiding?
Dr. Mikatoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation from your former associate's will?
Sorry, I had to crack my neck again.
In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence.
We have evidence.
And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present.
That's what you think.
In which case,
I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record.
No, you don't, bitch. No, you don't, bitch. No, you do not. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo! I have to present some decisive evidence now or it's all over. But can I present evidence?
Pussy!
Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present.
Don't be absurd! There was nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection! It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention.
Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have?
I dare say, the final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale.
how can you? Decisive.
Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord.
Let it be so, then.
Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is the evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive? The fucking will!
Take that!
Ugh! There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago.
The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zykes.
Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago.
That's right, it was. Only, I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago.
What? Ugh. Impossible! It can't be!
Everything that happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery.
Oh,
Look at him. He is fucking crumbling. My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? Holy shit. It was rolled up inside this.
inside Karuma!
That ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth.
The signature and seal certainly look official.
Well, my god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. God damn.
I forbid the contents of that document from being read out! Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it! Objection!
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything.
This document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country! I demand that you hand it to me at once!
Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page?
What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect! Clear the courtroom!
Objection! Leg! Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice.
I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. And not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason!
We're getting to it, baby. Lord Clint Van Zykes really did pen a will that day. It's exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out, now!
We have a right to hear that will. A right and a duty!
Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you hoped.
You fools. Go ahead, Ryunosuke, read it! The prosecution gives the full support!
Very well, then.
No, for God's sake. No!
Oh, God, I got lightheaded. Fuck. That's not a bit. I actually... Hold on. Fuck, I need a voice for him.
I pen this, my last will and testament, the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He's expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zykes, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zykes estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer, who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not hear discourse, the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who has habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power.
The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There was no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of my beast at your throat every time you swallow.
God damn, that last line is powerful. Why are you smiling? Why are you smiling like that? You just got told that Jaws had swallowed. What the fuck? You just got given the deadliest threat I think I've ever heard in my life, and you smile. The fuck is wrong with you? So now we know, yes, Clint Van Zykes was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you! He's gonna do a maniacal laugh here. I need water. I drank like almost the whole thing.
Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you've sacrificed up till now.
Kind of slipped into Van Zykes there. Speaking of Van Zykes,
Just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you set...
Sorry, I didn't fully read that.
You'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zykes, to take him down. It had to be done.
Pretentious prick.
London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man? The Reaper? The Professor? The name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London. Objection!
You're going to Shit. I completely fucked up that word. Give me a sec. Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too?
Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed.
I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him.
No, it wasn't me who took your father's life.
Then who?
On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku.
With Judge Jigoku?
There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of the Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool. As you know, Sogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed that what nobody was supposed to see.
Enoch Drebber.
Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries, but that grave on that particular night... Blast! If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then, what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku! Shoot Asogi at once! He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go! What are you talking about? You had an agreement! You promised him he could return to Japan! Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot!
Oh my god. Jigoku killed Asogi.
Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he'd just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things: never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night. God damn.
I think that truly is the end, right?
It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger.
Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request.
So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? Like a baby. These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld, and I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that the justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
No, you haven't. That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all.
How dare you! I saved Clint Van Sykes from dishonor in his death!
No, his father did that.
Whilst behind the scenes, you systemically buried anyone who stood in your way.
I need more water. I am out of water.
Then you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order.
Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more.
That's enough! Do you have any idea of the
conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals. We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection.
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zeiss here who worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish of having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. Not the darker recesses of London's underworld. No. The darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little. When will you get it through your thick skulls? That it was all for Queen and country. I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding, nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. Ugh. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Oh my god. Hello? What's that noise? Uh-oh. I don't like that. Well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions that beautifully pronounce Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud. Keep your mockery. Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld, and how did you put it? Done nothing. I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing. Which means I can be indicted for nothing. No. What? It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed. You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? To threaten them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? You sick fuck. I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. Also, oh, his hair's fucked up, I just noticed. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you all know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That the evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by Scotland Yard Inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. The general public of Britain knew the truth.
all faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely as it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves.
Pull that ear. Pull that ear.
We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Grayson's life. And that is all was expected of this trial. All of these other matters have been discussed. Will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interests of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, what say you?
God.
He has a point. The things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand,
Isn't it our duty to maintain law and order? You can't deny the threat of the Reaper over the years have done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. Oh. Oh my god. Are you hearing this?
this is the will of the British judiciary.
Well, I'm drinking myself into a stupid tonight.
For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased.
You have to respect a man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt, yet he still manages to evade justice. I just don't know what he can do, or what we can do.
Ryunosuke.
Looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. Almost out of options, I think. There's really one path left open to me. Use evidence. Yes, as I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence! But Mr. Naruhodo! What evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. Give me the fucking ear! Take that! Oh my! Yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then. Have heave! All right, here goes. Heave! Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time? A gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes? You're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here! Mr. Naruhodo, he's... What the fuck is that? It's Mr. Sholmes! In a hologram? What the fuck? Sorry! Hold on! I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. He's a hologram. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons! This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. Yeah, go ahead. What the? We can't get a hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him. Look at me do my slide little dance. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted, you see. The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Oh my god, he's a hologram. What the fuck? Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder? with the invention known as the telephone. Well, yeah. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes? Now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping to stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you.
Dear me, you, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking,
Where exactly are you?
the very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace.
What? You can't be! Buckingham Palace!
What's Buckingham Palace, Mrs. Otto? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Ah, well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea with Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire.
What?
Damn, you're getting shown up by a 10-year-old motherfucker. What on earth is this all about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
Order in the court! I demand immediate silence!
Her Majesty the Queen.
You can't be, no.
This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What's an apt description? A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her everything from start to finish.
What? You showed her?
Indeed! By dint of Herlock Sholmes's remote cinematograph.
You meddling.
This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with the talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume that there would be no objections. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know.
You...
I confess I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion. Oh, is she coming out? But the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years.
No! I was merely...
Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about.
Queen Victoria. That's funny. Holy shit. Also, the voice. I feel like I might have strained my voice a little bit with all the screaming and goddams and all that shit. So, Iris's voice might kill me. We'll find out. If this stream never ends, I'm dead, Lamau. Iris, there you are. Oh, fuck.
In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
A message? Allow me to read it, so that Finn's voice doesn't die. Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably. Forthwith, and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore,
he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart. The darkness you've fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. Ugh. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal! Damn. They straight up invented holograms just for this. Oh, here we go. Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned! Break the head of a unicorn. Oh my god. Oh, and... oh my god, we broke it. We broke it with how guilty he was. Oh shit, what the fuck? Is it gonna fall on him? Oh my god. Wait. Ah! So, me and Kazuma and Van Zykes and Mikatoba, we're all dead, right? Like, we burnt to a fiery crisp? That's what it fucking looked like. Oh, damn, not just him, I guess. Fire only burns bad people, I assume.
Lord Clint Van Zykes left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damned document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there.
Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I assume? What do you mean?
The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt.
So that's the end. Oh my fucking god.
What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zykes. Sorry, I had to cough. Dude, I think I have butchered my throat. I am not talking for like 3 days straight. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament.
What?
Oh god.
As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Beric, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for your understanding, for no one could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness.
Asogi is a fine detective, a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zykes.
Clint. God damn it, man. Unironically, I'm actually starting to tear up. I can't even lie. I'm actually... You fuckers. Mel Strongheart, you colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans, and you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later?
To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away.
And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you have killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as... You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we adjust the final injunction to an old friend? Yay, Santa! My lord!
As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery, and I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today.
It's so nice to hear the normal one.
The darkness that blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled, thanks, in no small part, to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord!
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimidations. Did I get that right? Wait, I want to check before I continue. Intimations? Sorry. That if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Oh, Lord Van Sykes. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. I was thinking about the boyfriend bit. I'm not doing it here. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Suzato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Sykes, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, show me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo? What a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today.
The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. One last slap. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Really, god damn. I'll save my thoughts for the end, like the credits. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Miss Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, till our paths cross again somewhere.
Well then, it would appear that the long trial has finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
It's quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom long before. In courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barrick Van Zykes. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Barrick Van Zykes, not guilty!
Woo! Fireworks! Bing, 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 bing. God damn.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Fourth of November, 4:21 p.m., the Old Bailey defendant's antechamber.
It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo? I really must congratulate you. It was a truly, truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mrs. Otto. Oh! Don't cry. I will cry. Your kind words mean so much to me. I'm gonna fucking cry. It really was a splendid show, that, Mr. Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zykes' smiling face, everything will seem much better. I don't think this man is capable of smiling. Mrs. Otto? Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear. I really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year it's been now, since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. He made fine work of establishing the fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here. He's not gonna. Kazuma. There it is. Looks rather pissed, in fact. Miss Susato? There's another face like thunder here. Oh my, and he really was here.
Lord Van Zykes, allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal.
Congratulate me, or curse me. Failed to bring down the Reaper.
I owe you an apology.
No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse.
And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect.
Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama.
I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me.
What's that?
The will that Lord Clint Van Zykes wrote before his duel with my father.
What?
Asogi is a fine detective. A hunter of worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first, that this document survives, and the second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zykes.
What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? Huh. I think it's Sholmes. No, it's not. I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father?
It was 10 years ago, as you know. The day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin.
Oh.
Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agreed to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugen, I have a favor to ask you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in the gentry, I guess? The gentry in hiding there.
Lady of the Gentry.
She's not in a good way. She's with a child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish.
Holy shit. Wait, I called it. Iris is related to Barrick. Iris Van Zykes. Holy shit. My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you the same favor. You're the only person that I can truly rely on. What did you say? Something should happen to you. Tomorrow night you're going to be... How much longer does this game go on, Finn? We miss you. Come back from the war. Are you guys in a call right now? Yeah, you are. I think I'm at the end. Are you... Wait, be real with me. Wait, Ethan, be real with me. Are you watching? Are you watching this? Are you all like watching in the call? It's kind of funny, actually. I like to imagine that. Well, aside from one person in there who doesn't want to be spoiled in the game. You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. All right, then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once. Seishiro, no. Not with him. No, I'm the only one with the stream open, and I've had the volume at 1%. Oh, I think I'm like right at the end. I'm sure like credits will play. We have like this bit of like wrapping up everything, and I am going to bed. I will be 100% honest with you, Ethan. I'm not joining the call. I'm going to bed the second this is done. My throat hurts. I've been here for almost 4 hours, and I am eepy. So after this, I'm going to bed. Just straight immediately. I'll make the stream ended tweet, and I will go to bed. That's what's happening. No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugen. Right, I see. Very well, then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. Found the old house. In the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the ground. Oh, it is his wife. Damn. Poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. Did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, she died. My efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. Held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. It's so, oh my god. Eventually, something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. Clearly been well looked after over the years. Made of top-quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it, everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zykes? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth would Clint have entrusted the child Why on earth would Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? Or why wouldn't he? Oops. I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child.
if the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zykes family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zykes made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. So it's Iris. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan, and without disclosing the parentage of this child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, how awful.
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend, Herlock Sholmes. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Really, all that can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba? In other words, the name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba. Oh! Wait, that's right. Ayame. Or in English, Iris. I called it, but it still hurts. Or not hurts, but it's like, God. Iris. I had no idea. Ding dong. Ouch! Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me on behind through up my trouser pocket hard. Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ding dong. Ow! Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Boss, Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? To pass myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief injustice would require such measures. Susie! Oh, Iris! How do we say this?
Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews more delicious tea than you do, Iris. I am shit.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
What? I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again.
No, really? Oh, pooh.
But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. Oh, it's gonna be an uncle. Oh, I'm gonna cry.
You promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then.
All right, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back here soon.
Ding dong. Ow! One final pinch, but goodbye, was it? My throat is begging me to just shut the fuck up. Well, think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zykes, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to once again express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. You are hands down my favorite prosecutor. Wait, Lord Van Zykes! Yes. What are you intending to do now?
Well, clearly, she'll have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh no!
I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, Van Zach's family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
So as soon as I'm free from my employment, shall leave the capital.
Oh, I see.
Don't be a fool. Sorry, don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured the pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited for a very long time to come to London, and now I'm properly here. And now I'm properly here, I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's my favorite prosecutor. Kazuma Hisogi. Seems as though he's really matured suddenly.
He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo.
Huh?
Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must.
Fuck. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. If you were gonna go back to Japan or not.
4th of November, 6:25 p.m. Sholmes is sweet. I'm home. Oh. Ah! About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Odo. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, isn't it? Gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right! I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I knew it. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail, Mikotoba. World-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. Mikotoba was there for that. I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes. What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. Finally back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time. Oh, Bruno! There you are! Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots. Knock, 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 and it's Clint, please. Or not Clint. That would be awkward. Barrick. Goodness! Is that really true, Gina? Yup. I'm losing me copper's clubber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. Aw. You really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turn... What the fuck? Okay, never heard that phrase before. We're gonna move on and just assume British people are British. The Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turn dick, is he? Is Dick a term for police? Interesting.
Well, people can change, you know.
Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Eh? It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, symbol of his great achievement at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it's stopped.
Poetic. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on one of the greatest responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. Come on, Gina. It's gotta be me! There ain't no one else! Sorry, my voice cracked. I'm telling you, I fucked it. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss.
Yes, Ginny, he was! Yes, he was! Woohoo!
Hell yeah. And I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man... Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear... I'll find your dad and bring him in a kicking and screaming. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yeah, I think Gina might be best to, well...
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny.
Eh? Iris? Oh, she knows.
My dad's dead. Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I want to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. For so many people. Hurley, Runo, Professor Mickey.
Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I decided to give up on it. Because I've finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world.
Oh...
I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley?
Wait. No. With every word, Iris.
Thank you, Hurley.
God.
Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy.
No! I'm gonna cry. Tears will flood out of my fucking face. I think, Mikatoba. Yes, Sholmes? I think I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh. For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. During that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it. Were it not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, the food would go cold if that's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley?
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, turning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. 4th of November, 9:37 p.m., Narodo's Legal Consultancy. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. Certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived in here. But I think now, time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo?
Oh, Naruhodo!
Oh, Professor!
Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room.
Yes. Yes, Suzato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of.
Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier.
Oh?
With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up.
Lord Clint Van Sykes.
I made up my mind many years ago to never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin after all.
Lord Clint Van Sykes' final wishes before he died, you mean?
Yes. I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example.
That's why?
When I read Saseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You'd stumble across the crux of that terrible case. The dog's collar. Hound of the Baskervilles. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia sooner or later, you'd have made the connection to the Van Zykes. To make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. That story, the story that Iris had written based on notes from the time. Ah, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, based on the grim reality of a huge beast, of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in the aid of halting any investigation you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris's The Hound of the Baskervilles story, I mean. Shum sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. Ah. It was the only case Shums and I ever paused, or pursued. What the hell? Sorry, I'm getting tired. The only case that Shums and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Shums and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. That's right. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Shums for safekeeping.
So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father?
That's right, because Shums had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed the events in court today, I'd say my opinion has somewhat shifted.
Oh?
I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best.
Please make a sequel to this game. I want that so bad.
I think so too.
Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too.
Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you?
Yes, I have.
I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure?
I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, I will cry. My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Suzato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt in me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. That's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow. I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there will be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I bid you good night. Oh, my heart. Oh! Hey, girl! Suzato-san. I just wanted to let you know I'm back. And I heard everything, I think. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well, from the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I didn't want to earlier this evening, actually. Or I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh, no, that's quite all right. I already knew that it's what you decided, Naruhodo-san. You did? I'm gonna cry. Suzato-san? Yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. Can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. She can read your mind. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Suzato-san. Thank you. I'm gonna cry. It's gonna happen, I think. Me thinks it'll happen. I'm not yet, but 7th of November, 5:42 a.m., Port of Dover, Quayside. I can't believe this day's finally come.
You're really leaving then, Runo?
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course. I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
All right, Iris, you do that. Hey, girl.
Susato-san.
Oh, it's voice now.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off,
She's coming.
I'd
With.
just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually,
I can't do
I
that.
think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Is he here?
Sorry?
Is he here? Is he? I'll cry.
Ryunosuke,
I'm gonna cry. It's gonna happen.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital. But,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
No, he's a prosecutor, isn't he?
I'm going to become a prosecutor.
Yeah.
I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but
It's like-
before long,
Fuck you.
I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
Setting down my controller. We are watching a movie. No!
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
No!
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day.
I'll cry. I will cry.
It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What? No, girl. I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you?
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Oh my god, I'm gonna cry.
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry tears.
Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
I'm gonna cry. It's gonna. Oh my god.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Ah! Damn you, fuckers. Oh my god. No way you do this to me now.
Kazuma.
No way you do this to me now. Fuck off. Give me a second. I refuse. I flat out refuse. If we're fucking... Ooh. If we're doing this, if we're fucking finishing this game, we are not doing it with shit audio. You fucking get back here right goddamn now, motherfucker. It's saying no signal. There better be a goddamn signal or so help me. Better find that fucking signal, big man. And if I do this...
Okay, it's showing up on my monitor. Please, please, we are right at the fucking end. Don't do this to me! You jackass. No. Oh, I hear it. Okay, we're good. Let me turn it down again. There we go. Okay, sorry. I just...
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
I had to make sure it didn't...
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What?
Oh my god.
The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
If they don't make a fucking sequel to this game.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be...
Objection.
Come, the game is afoot.
Oh, that's much better. Holy shit.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that.
God damn it.
And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
There it is. Oh!
Meet again, Bruno.
God damn, man. Holy shit. I get why this game in particular became such like a meme of this needing to be translated. Oh my god. I've been thoroughly in with the inquiries about my... I can't even do it. But I'm no purveyor of electrical goods, and what is the promise to... Oh my god. Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order. A sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no change whatsoever. God. I don't know if I'm gonna voice all these just because they go way too fast for me and I can't pause them.
I gave a little note to Hurley on the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Hurley cry.
I'm about to cry.
And it gave me some lotion I'd invented as well to dye his hair. But he said that it might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
God, I think this game needs a sequel, but I fully understand if it does. Like, this specific one. We need, like, a great Ace Attorney 3 is what I'm saying. If it never does, though, I get it. In those days, when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything,
still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once best me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future. God, Vance, he's easily my favorite prosecutor. Easily. God. Oh, Gina. The boss left a note for me, you know, and I can read it every letter, A to Z, the whole lot. It's cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby here are gonna keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know. Gina, I'm gonna fucking cry. If we get a fucking third game in the Great Ace Attorney, we better see Gina as a fucking chief detective, the main detective. Hello?
Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. It reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London, for now, for the foreseeable. And then, I've got to complete your education in the art of detection a la Gregson. I didn't see that. Oh, look at his smug fucking face.
God. Ouchie, I haven't... Your Excellency, this man is accused for illegal entry into my office and for mis... Objection!
Objection! Objection! I'm going to overrule the ministers of Britain anyway!
Who is the Caddish Council for the Defense of the Woman and foreboding entering the court is forbidden from entering... Oh, really? My friend Susato-san is at the British courtroom all the time and doing a wonderful job! Oh, Sanaga!
Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team.
Oh, they never got to show up in like my streams because I started after like the first trial of the second game. But they're whoever's next, unless there is no one. Oh,
Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they all experts in filleting corpses?
yes, they are fish corpses on the whole.
I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama?
Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I?
Not yet. No. And I'm glad.
Well, they're having some bonding in some strange way. God. Alright, who's fucking... Hairbrain! Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited I picked this splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Barrett, come to rescue me again, please! I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes. Poor Hairbrain. Oh my god. The spell. When I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I can never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing we test spells would not do. Shh. She's still hot as fuck, and I'm mad about it. She is still hot as fuck, even though she's committed perjury. So, like, you know, we all have our flaws. Oh. Everyone calls me Gossip. I felt not a little tidbits to pass by, you know. Everyone calls me a Peppino, and I shall eat the spaghetti the more... Oh my god. Everyone, they call me... No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. How daily, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see. Yes, and when we're released, we're going to strike it rich together.
Well, there's... Alright. No comment there. Please show me more people from earlier cases that I didn't get to... Either I didn't get to stream or, like, not from the last, like, 3. Oh, or Cosma. When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what the path I had to take. However it might have ended. I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karama in your care.
God, you fucker.
I'm hurt. I'm in pain. I'm in a lot of pain. Oh, the ship. I'm gonna cry such tears. I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest whilst you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say, in the title card. Fucking God, I'm gonna... Oh, there's more. God damn it, man. No words. I have no words. As much as I would like to watch this whole thing, because I truly would, I am very tired. Oh, hey, there's, fuck, what was the name she was whatever. I still sounds... God. Okay. We're gonna wrap it up because it is 11 my time and I've been streaming for almost 5 hours now. I do not know what to say. I think this game deserves some kind of sequel, which I don't doubt it will get, but I do think... I don't know how to phrase what I'm thinking, kind of in the heat of the moment. But yeah, that's the end of that. Thank you all for joining me on this very long journey. As I've said earlier, I don't really have a stream schedule still. I'm trying to get a bunch of games so that I can have a consistent schedule, and I'm trying to get stuff ready for my streams to be better in the future. With what that means, I will leave you all wondering until that happens. I'm still going to do streams, obviously. I'm not completely dead, but they're going to be not few and far between. Fewer and farer between than they were, but I will try to have something probably 2 weeks from now. I think this week I just want to kind of rest and work on stuff for streams, obviously. Regardless, though, I'm going to wrap this up before I just stop saying words correctly. Thank everyone who came by. Really appreciate it. And I will see you all with whatever fucking stream I decide to do next.